Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. How is everybody? $500 tick trade. Beautiful. Good morning, Initian. How are you? I was expecting a reaction here. We got one, but it was short-lived. Super short-lived. Maybe we'll get another day of her falling apart. Not the worst idea in the world. How is everyone doing today? She is dumping. Jeez. Dixie doing? Nothing. Dixie's doing nothing. What do you got here? Here we stay value area low. Yeah. Probably full ported. Another 200 tick trade right now. You running this thing down? I guess. 12, we got the 15-minute candle. What do we got here?
Hey, good morning. Sorry, I was listening to music.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
so I caught I caught $500 profit, so I think it was about 200 and something ticks on my top step, and I'm still in it on my Bulenox.
Beautiful,
182
beautiful.
ticks. I'm just managing my trailing stock. Yeah, yeah.
Very nice. Probably come up a bit here.
Bouncing on the...
Yeah, it should come up because you got the... We're going to have a bottom wick on this 30, but I mean, to what degree? That's the whole thing. We got no top wick on this candle, which is very interesting. We had the last two, no top wick, so that means the hour has no top wick, right?
Yeah, that's a fib level right there. It literally bounced right on my value area low on
Yeah,
2404.3.
Very nice, very nice.
So that's the 0.01. Yeah, crazy. I just don't know how low it's gonna go. Do you think it's gonna go lower?
I mean, we've only recovered this wick currently, so you never touch the 0.5. When I talk about the wicks, right? I got to turn the mic thing off on the. We've never touched the 0.5 of this wick yet, so you expect that to be tapped. I expect that to be tapped. I realize most people don't pay attention to these things, but I expect that to be tapped. See how we never tested it? So essentially, when this wick came down, okay, let's just look at this in another scenario. Here's this wick. You see what I'm saying? So when this wick came down,
Yep.
Next wick comes down and touches the 0.5. However, that wick, if you look at it, it was never tapped. So I expect it to be tapped. Will it for sure? You know, I'm just telling you. That's why I expect. We're super close. Yeah. Didn't really get it yet, but that's kind of my expectations. Does it have to be in this candle? No, because we're running out of time in this candle, and you expect a bottom wick, right? Yeah. So that's something that you had to see as well. Yeah. So you should see a top wick on this candle. I mean, that's just part of what happens. Is you always get top wicks on it, right? I mean, bottom wick. Sorry, bottom wick.
A little small. There's a small tiny wick on it. Oh, there's the flip of the 15, or the 15. Needs to push past this value area low, because that last wick was the recovery of the final wick before it went bullish on the opposite.
Yeah, yeah.
So this one is falling.
You know, you should have full ported.
Hey, I blew 2 accounts today because I full ported. Did you guys see the fees? It was like $600 bucks.
I picked up small pieces in Asia, London. Like I was looking for this move down, but I wasn't really. I was only in small parts of it. 350 overnight.
Yeah, I hope it pushes down a little longer. I'm still in a trailing stop here with my Bulenox. I'm wondering if it's going to keep going because the tick chart looks pretty bearish, but I think it's going to close out here if it doesn't drop violently. I might build support right there at the fib.
Well, so technically on the 15-minute, that's an order block. That's a unicorn entry, is what ICT calls it.
Yeah, 2904 literally just stopped. The tick is like, it's almost at its like, yeah, this is it's either going to go up or down from here, but I think it's going to go up. This is going to be the retrace here.
Oh yeah. And I'm switching to minis because I don't generally take partials. And once it gets to that point where I take a partial, I just close the damn trade because that intraday trailing drawdown. Once I do get funded, is going to kill me.
No, I think this is the bottom of the move before it moves up and then maybe goes down again on the next candle because the volume is quite low. I might actually just hold this trade and see what happens. Yeah,
yeah, not the worst idea in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. I would expect it to get a look 897.
Here comes the break of the daily, I think.
It'd be nice if there was a little bit bigger wick before it flipped back down on the 15-minute. Because it would recover the wick, wouldn't it? I think I'm understanding realities.
Well, here's what reality's saying. He wants to see the top of this, all this wick get recovered, right?
Yeah, it'd be nice to come back up, but I don't know if it's going to. That's the issue.
That's what I said. It would have been nice if there's a little bit for it to catch them down to recover that wick on the. It's a 15-minute wick, so like, you know, obviously I'm the shorter time frame.
Yeah.
But
it feels like it's going down. I mean, the tick chart
Yeah.
is it's created kind of a rounded hedge now. It's dropping back down again. So 100 tick is rolling down. It's rolling over. It's also doing it on the 1 minute. So it couldn't.
There she goes.
There's 191 ticks in profit, and it's about to
Yeah, see, it should.
further, it looks.
I'm expecting we're gonna tap this 0.5 here because we never tapped. They need to go after that possibly, but I expect we tap that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I've realized
We'll see.
with the 1-3 tick chart, once it acts like it's going up, it's gonna come back down, and my MAs are gonna cross again before it makes them move up. But I'm
Yeah.
also
So this is a pretty
manipulation
big
up,
candle that's
and
forming
take
right
out
now.
that low.
Yeah, I think it's gonna break it. It feels pretty bearish right now. Like it's
Oh,
dumping.
it's gonna tap that. It's gonna tap that 2904 again. Either that or right here, it's gonna take off back up. It's funny because I have all these strategies and rules that run through my head because I've traded ICT for the last year.
Yeah.
So I see what they're looking for, and
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
incorporate it. So it's helped, like as far as understanding what I'm doing right now with the volume profiles and what. I mean, at least to the tune of, damn, I've done 5,000 in profitable trades Monday, but you know, I've had losses too. So if I could cut those losses out, golden.
So I have had, let's see, yeah, 2 trading days in a row in profit. So I'm up $978 this week.
Damn.
But
Very nice, very nice. Yeah.
Well, those are evaluation accounts,
Yeah.
I still feed into my bad habits, and I think now it's because I know I'm gonna start making money. You know that feeling you get when you're like, I got this. It's easy. I understand it.
Yeah.
No, it's just like a matter of patience and working the system.
Yeah, I generally get the trade right, but I get it right after I'm wrong and jumped in before the night. So my trade ends up making back what I lost getting into the trade.
Here's a push up. Let's see.
So that's exactly what I was expecting. So.
Well, yeah, it's gonna go somewhere. It depends on which direction. Might go up and then push back down.
Well, no, if you're looking
or
at
maybe it'll flip bearish on the next candle, which is in 9 minutes.
If you're looking at the 133 tick chart, so it hit the bottom, and then it made that bounce, right? I use the 8 and 21 EMAs. It'll bounce. The EMA will cross, but it's gonna come back down at least once before it bounces for the move up.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to speculate much anymore, honestly, because it's 50-50 whatever way you look at it. And when you start adding,
it just does it all the time on this tick chart. That's what I've noticed. That's why I'm.
Yeah, I just go with feeling with it. Like I look at what price action is doing, and then put it in conjunction with like the flips of the candles. Because it's the flip of the candle that I never understood or never caught, right? Like I was always looking at it when the candle turns yellow, you go long, but a lot of times that's just it going down before it goes up, right? And because I was on smaller time charts and faster price action, those flips are like violent. They go red, green, red, green, red, green, like very quickly. So it's hard to predict. And I was just, yeah, anyways, but.
Good
yeah,
morning,
the green
CS.
it charts,
Sias the Great.
like,
That dude said 30-30. Like 30-70 against me. I swear the market knows when I'm entering and it goes, nah. Anybody, did y'all ever watch In Living Color? Like back in the late 80s?
I remember it, but I don't remember, you know, it greatly, but I remember the show, yeah.
You had the church lady, she said, not today, Satan.
So reality, quick question. You're talking about the wick on the candle that's the 25th of February at 11 a.m. Is it that one? That entire
It's
wick?
this one right here. It's yeah, the 25th, yeah, 11:30.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. So you draw your volume boxes from the body to the bottom of the wick and from the body to the top of the wick. Like that's volume essentially, right?
I'm not so sure it's volume per se. That's going to be orders, right? Like right now, what are your orders? Your orders are long. The longs are coming in. So that's why we've got this bottom wick. I expect it to break. I expect we're going to break that bottom wick and roll down. That's my expectation right now. Will it happen? I don't know. We have to wait and see how this candle closes. But it wouldn't surprise me at all.
So the wicks are orders.
Yeah. Your wicks are always orders.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I thought the wicks were a representation of like where the final price was. It's hard to explain. Like to me, it was almost like an eraser. Like it's eating those orders and it's not going back to it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I first started trading, that's what I thought it was. And it's always been confusing to me as to which direction it's going and like why the opens and the closes matter. So that part of it was like a big key to, you know, unlocking that part of the.
Well, you got one of two things that are happening, right? When you got a wick, all right, it's going to be orders regardless. Everything that we see here is orders, right? But when you got a wick, one of two things are happening. And here's what you got to ask yourself. Okay, so is this short covering or is it longs? Right? Those are two very different things. And everybody always asks me all the time. And these are the conversations I get into with people when people say, well, how do you know that this isn't just TPs on your shorts? Why would shorts TP here? What's the reasoning? We never touch the bottom of the range. Your market level's here, so that your market structure, let's just say here, so that wasn't really anything there. So when you look at these, you could say, okay, well, if we get a big wick on this candle, what could that be? Well, that could be shorts taking profit because that's the bottom of your range, right? That's the area that you're at, that's your market structure, everything else. It's going to be longs coming in as well. But what is this? This isn't shorts taking profit. I mean, you could argue maybe possibly that breakout traders went short with the break here, but essentially everybody was long here, right? So if we got a bottom wick and then a top wick, that would have been an entry to go short. Why? Because everybody longs here. But what is this right here? This is traders trying to jump in because, and I don't want to step on anybody's feelings because I already know we got traders here that trade this way, but overextension. That's what they're looking at right here.
Yeah. When
this candle comes down and it comes all the way down here and this big move happened to the downside, well, that means that it's way overextended, you know. And then when it starts stopping like this, you see how we're building this candle. It's going down, coming up, going down, going up, going down, going up. All that is a pause. What does that pause do? That pause turns on your oscillator money flow up. That pause creates on your oscillator, you know, they like to call it uneven butt cheeks. right? Is what Jason Casper calls it. That's
overbought, oversold.
Yes. Well, what that uneven butt cheeks is bullish divergence. So the market has to stop in order for people to go long. Why? Because if you're an SMC trader, ICT trader, right? What are you looking for? You look for this, this, this. Now you've got to break a structure. That's what they call it. Break a structure. All it is a W pattern, or however you want to look at it. See, it'll look like this on your lower time frames, which looks like this, you know, higher lows, higher highs, and then they're looking for the break of structure, retest, and then the continuation. That's what it's doing on the lower time frames when it sits here and bounces around like this. You want those longs induced.
I'm drawing trend lines, basically tracking
Correct.
it. Exactly.
Yes. So that's what you want. Why? Because now what will happen is all longs come in. All right. Our next candle moves up. So they're like, yay, yay, yay. And then it flips. And then it comes back down and starts testing their entry. Well, what do they do first? The weak-handed guys will start dropping their positions. They'll go BE. Because they went into profit, they'll go BE. So that's why our first take profit is BE there. That's what we're looking for. We look for the top wick, the flip. When it goes BE, that's TP1. What happens when it runs through that? Well, now you hit the stops. Now all the longs get stopped. Break even.
Oh, break even. Okay.
Yeah, they'll go break even. Why do they go? No.
Yeah.
Why will they go break even? Because the position went into profit, and then it looks like it's failing, and they get weak. And it's sad because, you know, when you're trading the same strategy as all the rest of the SMC ICT guys, or, you know, pattern guys, or candlestick guys, and you're going long, and they give out on you and go BE. Well, what does BE mean? Break even means that those longs just turned into shorts. So now those orders help fuel the break of your entry to push down through your buddy's stop loss, right? So that's why we're always looking for the bottom wick and the top wick, because even though they're just wicks, and you guys, you know, everybody else looks at them as just wicks, they're not just wicks. This candle built this way for a reason. That's why it did this, right? It's not just a wick. It's because now those are the longs that came in. That's the whole point. Then you're looking for a top wick. Why? Because now the longs are starting to win. You want that top wick, right? And then what happens when the candle flips? Well, now they're like, oh geez, oh no, uh-oh, it's going against me, uh-oh. And then they'll go BE, which helps fuel it down. So, and where are all your orders? Below. Where are your orders sitting now? Right here. All the people that went long, their stop losses are down in this area. Right? Why are they down there? Well, they're down there so that they don't take too much of a stop. So now they have to hold. So there's only two things that can happen. These guys went long here. So where are their take profits? Right about here. Right about here is their take profits, because this is where
so what's
you're going to touch this structure
right now. She's eating up the wick.
Yeah, it's going to break the low right now, and it's going to run the stops more than likely.
So
we'll see.
So it's taking out all of the orders.
Yep, it's taking out all the longs, and
able to push it up. Yeah.
Yep, and if you take out the longs now, and I mean, here's where a lot of people get confused. They're like, okay, well, it took out the longs, so we're going down. Not necessarily. If you get a wick and you pop through here real quick with no top wick, what are we doing? We're taking out the longs so we can go up. That's all. We're going to come down here. They'll go BE. You'll watch them go BE right here. Watch the orders come in. There's their BEs. See how it pushes? Now it's going to push right through those stops.
I'm trailing my stop.
Yeah. And it's going to do this time and time again. Why? Because we're testing the 0.5 of this wick, like we just talked about. That's the area we were looking for.
Should I hold this? Are you looking to break 2897?
See your 0.5 of this wick? Yep. That's what we were looking for. So will it continue to push down?
Okay,
possibly.
So you're measuring fibs off the wicks from the bodies to the wick. I got it.
Yep. So we expected this. That's what we were just showed, 15 minutes ago. We expected we have to tap this first. Can it continue down? Yeah, because I think their stops are a little lower. I think it's going to wick down through that. It may not. It may hold. I would say their stops
that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And
so
that's it did the W structure and then broke the upper high, and now it's on a downtrend again. So.
And that's what you're going to see all the time. And that's because that's what they're looking at. What are they looking at as, as they trade this. That's exactly what they're looking at. So that's what you want to do. You want to pay attention.
You're looking for... Oh, sorry. You're looking for a long in this area then.
Yeah, long would be good now.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to get stopped out soon, but...
Yeah,
okay,
long's going to be good now because now they pulled all the longs out. All longs are broke out of the market. So now we can go up.
Yeah,
now it's fine to go up.
Loss hit. I think that was a 400.
But we have to take them out first. That's what people seem to forget. We got to take the longs out. They don't want no free rides. So when everybody gets in so early, they're not going to let them stay in. They're going to come and grab them first.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of it.
Okay,
that's what I get.
That's you draw.
Son of a bitch.
And it's all candlesticks at the end of the day. We have to have a top wick on this candle. So does that mean it's going to continue to go up? No, not necessarily, but we have to have a top wick. That's just how things work. Now we need top wicks on these candles. Will it go up and do that now? Not necessarily, right? It depends. Where do people start coming in? And that's what we're going to watch again. Where do they start coming in? If they start saying, okay, well, now, right, now we're bearish, right? And this is why the candlesticks matter. Now we're bearish. So what we believe is this is the pullback for the continuation down. And they start coming in here, and we put on a top wick, well, what's going to happen? Well, we already know what's going to happen. What's going to happen next is, instead of this continuation down, like they expect, we're going to come right here, bang, and come up and bang their stops out. If we're going to go down, fine. But we're going to bang their stops out first before we make that move back down. They don't get no free ride. Free rides end on Monday. We're to Wednesday now. They're not getting no free rides. Friday, they'll come through and just start wrecking them. On Monday, they'll give them free rides. Why? Because they have to feel like they're going to win. The casino wouldn't stay open if everybody thought, oh, if I go to the casino, I'm going to lose. Going to keep the casino open. Players wouldn't show up anymore. But it's Wednesday now. It's not time to give them free rides anymore. They'll start popping them out now. Now, Thursday. And then Friday, what they'll do is they'll make the big moves to get the anybody that ran, swing trading. So anybody that entered short here, right, they'll come out and they'll kill them. That's why we always go back to weekly open. Right? So every Friday, and it doesn't happen every Friday. Don't think that, but most Fridays we go back to weekly open. Why? Because that's where your swing traders got in at. So we want to make sure they don't make any money. And the market makers want to make sure that they can take their wife out for a nice steak dinner over the weekend. So they gotta make the money. So they'll take them stops out. Big bunch of stops sitting up there. And a lot of times they'll only put the stops, like they'll go short here, and then they'll do something like move their stop to this high here. And you'll see that high ran and it never really taps weekly open. It'll get real close. That's because all the stops were moved. So they'll get very, very small profits, but still market makers get the orders. To them, it doesn't matter. All this is orders. That's what people don't understand. It's not so much about them making money. It's not about the traders that entered here, held all the way through here, put their stops here, and now they come up and they hit these stops. It's not so much about this guy that entered not making money as it is the market makers using money to grab these orders. That's all they care about. They don't care if this guy makes money or not.
Yeah.
If he makes a couple $100, big deal. We made a ton.
The market. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They got to make their shareholders happy.
Yep.
So sorry, one more time on the fib. So you're taking fibs from the bottoms of the wick to the tops. Like, how are you drawing your fibs again? Because
I'm just pulling 0.5s of the wick. See, if you grab a 0.5 of a wick, right? It normally gets retested. See how this wick retested this? So this wick came down, retested it. Great. Okay. Now go to the next candle, right? Did we get tested there? No. See this wick never came down and tested the 0.5, right? So where are we at now? Well, we need that hit. So here's your 0.5. What the next candle did, it never even put on a wick. So what do we expect? That price would come down and put a wick on this candle, which we just did, right? I had an arrow here before.
Yep.
Why? Because we have to put a wick on here. Just how the market moves. I don't know how to explain it any different than that, but these just got to be, You know, they got to be recovered, and you'll see them recovered time after time after time. Does that mean that it's right now? No, not necessarily, but it does mean that they have to be recovered.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
for sure. No, and I see that on all the tick charts that I'm marking up. Like, it's insane how anytime I have a crossover point, at some point price will like hit that exact pop spot. It's crazy. So I don't have, like, is the 0.618 the same thing as a 0.5?
no.
I'm sure I can just add it, but I'm just curious.
No. No, I don't look at the 0.618, but it's going to be further. The 0.618 is going to be further than the 0.5.
Okay, so I'm going to take that out.
So, but it's all right.
I just want, I want to start tracking what everybody's tracking, right? Like, it makes it so much more clear when you're on the same page as everybody else.
Let me explain that. Let me explain the fib for you as far as the ICT side. That move up, or let's just say the move down yesterday, that took that big shit from 59.7 all the way down to this bottom. You draw a fib on that, right? If you draw a fib from top to bottom, the 618 and 705 is right there where first line. That's where ICT traders are looking for the continuation. That's the optimal trade entry, is how ICT teaches it.
Yep. Which is the same thing as your fib.
I really don't care about ICT traders and anybody else. I just care about understanding how reality.
I'm trying to make you I'm trying to make you understand that you can look for people to enter there, because that's how ICT traders trade.
So, like, you're talking about pockets of where things may happen, right? In terms of
that's
like
where
your entries.
That's what you would use the 618.
They call
that's going to give you an idea of where people are going to start entering, because
which is where your fib traders
where traders will most likely enter or do something with price.
Yeah, that's where your golden pocket is what Fibonacci traders call it, right? They call it the golden pocket, so it's the same thing. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Gotcha.
I mean, it made me gold on gold last night, so. Matter of fact,
I should have held that short, but like, there's no way of knowing, right? It's so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know about anybody else, but I see traders looking their take profits 897.9, because that's the bottom, and it hit the golden pocket, and it's continuing down. That's what they're expecting, and it'll sweep that previous day low. If it sweeps the previous day low, then you're either looking for an OTE entry to continue lower, or that's your reversal, and they'll start entering.
I don't know. I've stopped trying to be the magic 8-ball and just see what happens.
There's no such thing as the magic 8-ball in this.
Accounts.
Right. All you're doing when it gets to that level, you're watching and reacting. That's it.
But I'm also like really stringent on my entry with the tick charts, right? Like I sometimes I might enter an extra contract or two and then quickly exit out and just quickly grab the profit. So my trading is like, I guess you could say dynamic in a way.
Right. I just did that because I switched to doing minis this morning because I'd realized how much I'm spending in micros. So 2 minis on the tick chart, if I catch it right when it crosses, I have a very small stop loss. And it took that jump.
You might have a much higher risk.
Yeah, but I'm only risking, let's just say $80. My normal risk on 10
but I'd rather pay the small fees and take continuous profits on continuous gains.
Well, no, okay, I'm just telling you how I did it. I'm not telling you to do it the way
I know.
All I'm saying is, because I switched to minis this morning.
Yeah.
You're looking at the 100 tick chart, right? So when it bottomed and it took that 0.5 and it went up, and then it bounced back and forth right there, I took one of those green candles for $200 and closed it. I was in it for less than 15 seconds.
This one right here, where it bounced off 2903.2.
I took it.
Yeah, that's literally the floor of the fib I drew. Yeah.
That's where 10 ticks matters, right? That's the whole point. 10, 20 ticks matters if you're using bigger contract size. That's why I say if you can find a way, and this is to everybody, right? If you can find a way to consistently grab 10, 20 ticks anywhere. I don't care. I don't care what you lay it on. Say I pulled a trend line, and every time I pull a trend line, it bounces 10 ticks. You know, people don't pay attention to that. If it bounces 10 ticks and you run 2 minis, that's $200. Great, take it. Be done. Why sit there and, you know, why are we looking to trade? And I mean, obviously you want to be consistent in whatever you do, but this is what I was trying to hit on yesterday, because a lot of people say, well, I only got 10 ticks. Who cares? That's amazing. Great. Make that 10 ticks matter. I know. Right? 10 ticks don't matter if you use...
70 ticks last night before bed.
Yeah. I mean, 10 ticks don't matter to a lot of people because people look at it wrong. Instead of saying, hey, I can always grab 10 ticks, but when I try to get, you know, 50 ticks, I got a 50% win rate and I lose half the time. Well, then why don't you take your 98% win rate for 10 ticks all the time? Because if you do that, all you got to do is use bigger contract size, use more accounts. That's it. And grab 10 ticks always. Why try to fight what you can do? If you can do 10 ticks, do it. If you can do 100 ticks, by all means. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying if you can take 10 ticks consistently and have a high win rate, by all means, you can make money in this game just the same, because we have funded companies, because we can up contract size, because we can use multiple companies. So just something to think about, guys.
We
keep
have
it simple,
a longer
right?
time to learn it too, right? Like if we were only allowed to use our own money, then there would be a lot less traders being profitable, because there's only so much that you can educate yourself with when you have limited funds, right? And if you're constantly losing, which most traders do, I think it's like the stat is literally like 99% of traders lose in this market or something. I don't know exactly,
most
but
people will tell you on a $50,000 account, don't run more.
I didn't hear that. Was someone talking?
Don't run more than... oh, yeah, Dennis is just away from his microphone. I think he's probably talking about, from what I can tell, he's talking about over-risking on a 50K account, and that's exactly what I do. I mean...
Yeah, well, that's what I started doing this morning, because I'm like, okay, screw this. Like like I realized $7 is not that much money, but $7 adds up fast.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's why I want to do the micros, because I want to focus on making like $10 off like 50 accounts. Then it's just like a vending machine at that point.
Yeah, but on micros you have to make 20 to make 10, because you're spending 7 versus what was it, 248 to 240? Yeah, 248 round trip on a mini.
Yeah, I don't know, the minis. I just because I want to be okay with taking a chance once in a while, right? And minis don't allow you to do that.
If anybody's looking at the 800 tick chart,
every time I hit the button. Sorry, go ahead,
I took a long at 29.10 and it's up.
Yeah.
But I feel like we might be stepping downwards.
Now, if you're looking at the 800 tick, you had tight consolidation, candle sideways, 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 and we just broke. Just to put it in retrospect. So that would be your move back up.
Right at 29.
Ooh. Just be careful. 50 looks bad, or 15 looks bad. Right? Because you got no bottom wick.
Yeah, I did.
5's the same. Some of your lower time frames, you probably need to come down just a bit before it moves up. So, but either way, if you're looking at the 800, you see the range there, right? You can run that right off the 800 tick that way, right?
Yeah, if you're trading on the 133 tick with the 8 and 21 EMA, in this,
I'm on the 1000 tick, and it's just a practice account. It's just a practice account.
You just wait for it to pop back.
Wait for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because on NinjaTrader, the 100 tick, it's actually in the 200 right now. It's just bouncing in between the 200s, and it just broke the high 200. Cool. Okay,
there's your 0.5. There's your 0.5 of your vector on the 15. It'll probably come up, tap that, come back down, put a bottom wick, and then move up.
Oh, sorry, I missed your screen.
Yeah, it's right here.
Do that one more time, Reality.
Okay, this is the 0.5 of the fair value gap, right? So it'll probably come up, tap that, put a bottom wick on this candle, and then move up, right?
I understand.
So,
yep.
so
Okay, cool.
which will probably be about the same 0.5 of the actual vector itself. There's a vector candle here. Yeah, see? 0.5 of the vector, same deal, right? So just the 0.5 of the inefficiencies, which again, you can call a wick the same thing, however you want to look at it, but it should come down, put a bottom wick, hopefully, and then you could take that move back up. 30's closing in, woof, 15, yeah. A little tough here. A little tough, but maybe.
What do you have for your fib settings?
Reality.
What settings do you have on your fibs, reality?
It's just a 0.5.
Oh, that's the only one. So you took off all of them except 0.5?
Yep. 0, 1, 0.5, that's it. Just so I can pull the top and the bottom. 0 and 1 I don't actually use. It's just so I can see it, right? That's the only reason I use it.
Yep, got it.
Okay, now what are you asking me about vector candles, Dennis?
Okay, so just so I understand, when you say a vector candle, you're talking about the candle that the center candle that creates the fair value gap as a vector candle? I'm just looking for definition.
What
it is when you say it.
A vector candle is a candle that has 200% more volume than the candles prior to it, right? And I know that sounds super, super complicated, but what you'll do is if you pull a vector candle, if you put the trader's reality indicator on your chart, or anything that has volume candles, any indicator that shows that, you'll see that fair value gaps and vector candles are exactly the same thing. Essentially, the whole candle that makes up the fair value gap will be what they call a vector candle. And the reason for that, right, is where our fair value gaps, and this is what people don't get. When you look at this chart and you saw the fair value gap there, right? And I mean, you got to go down to a low time frame to notice this, but what is this? What is a fair value gap? All it is a break of structure. So here was your structure. We got the line there. It broke structure, and now it's going to come back up and retest. That's why it works, right? So essentially, when you talk about, oh, it's a fair value gap break, like they love to say, all it is break, retest, continuation. Your fair value gap's the retest. That's all it is. So they try to say, oh, well, it's a fair value gap because it's wick to wick. No, it's just the retest of the structure. That's it. Why do you get volume in? Why is there volume when you break structure? The reason there's volume when you break structure is because breakout traders trade the break of the structure. So orders come in. That's what the volume is. It pushes it down. That's what creates a fair value gap. That's what creates a vector candle, is the volume of orders that comes in from the breakout traders trading the break of structure. That's it. And I mean, people are so confused at what these things actually are because they're not looking at it. If you look at this, if you go down to this time frame right here, it's real simple to say, here is your structure. Here's your market structure right here. This is your support or your demand or whatever you want to say. This is your market structure right here. This is you broke here, held, and continued. So this is, we'll call it support. So where's your fair value gap? When support was broke, it's always going to be that way. Why? Because what happened was, came down, tested support, fell through, breakout traders go short, volume comes in from all them orders pushing the price down, and now you have what? A gap. Why do you have a gap? Because breakout traders came in, so it pushed the price down. So what do? We go up and now we test it. Well, what is a test? All it is a break, test, continuation is what they're looking for. They try to say, oh, well, we don't trade like everybody else. We don't trade patterns. Well, let's think about this for a minute. What is a W? Right? A W is just a break right here. Okay, so when you break and you come up here, and now you come back down to retest, what do you think this is between here and here? What do you think that is that you come back down and retest for that continuation? It's a fair value gap because we broke structure.
Yeah, let me call ICT and ask him because I don't remember what he called it.
So he'll try to say that it's got to do with banks and it's got to do with institutions and it's got to do with all this bullshit. But in reality, all it is a W. They're trading the exact same thing, guys. Everybody's trading the exact same thing. This is what I've been trying to tell you since the very beginning. There's no difference.
As you were talking about it, it's happening right now on the 15-minute. It's bouncing off the 1 hour line that I drew.
Yep.
ICT called
which is literally that. Yeah.
ICT called it. Yeah. I mean, it's just, and it just is what it is, right? These are exactly how it trades, and everybody tries to say, okay, well, it's something different. No, it's nothing different. The market moves just like this, and everybody that wants to complain about what is just, it just makes no sense. Like I said, I look at it in senses of ranges. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say my issue is just when to enter, right? Because I might have the idea right, but then again, it's like the stop loss hits and that sort of thing. So that's why I kind of like the micros too, because I can have a much longer stop loss to try and catch a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this is making sense. A lot more sense.
Yeah, I was going in 10 micros, and then I would DCA, like it'll hit the top of the, I don't lose it in reality. When it hits the top of the fair value gap, I would end. Yeah. And then if it gets back, when it gets down to 50, if it goes against me, if it gets to 50 or passes 50, once it hits 50 on the way back up, I would add 10 micros. So I might as well just be doing 2 minis and saving the fees. That's the only reason I said I'm switching to mini, because
No, I'm really trying to use only like anywhere from 1 to 3. I mean, sometimes I'll do 10 or 5.
See, that makes sense to use micros. Like that makes sense. That makes sense using micros. I was using 10 micros. Might as well be taking the damn mini.
Yeah. No, for sure. And like if you're using 10 micros at a time, yeah, that makes sense too. But yeah, I'm not using it in that way. I'm really, like right now I'm only trading 1 contract and, adding in one. I'm really trying to keep my level of risk low, because I've just been chewed up for too long.
So Sai is the great beginner crash course. The biggest thing is learn everything you can learn. And if you've got all the courses, don't have all the courses, watch all the YouTube videos, learn everything you can learn, right? And now start thinking about where you would enter if you were trading these strategies. And now wait for wicks and flips for rejections of those strategies so they come through the stop losses. That's essentially all you're doing. And when I say everything's the same, here's how the market moves. So these are your levels, these are your ranges, these are whatever. But when you break this range, when here's your support and you break this support and you come back up to test it, that's your gap. There's your fair value gap there. When you break this one, there's your fair value gap there. Why? Because every time the market, it creates a range, right? Once it breaks, it'll test the top or the bottom of the range, either above or below. And then what we'll do, come back down, retest, and what you're hoping for, right? What they're hoping for is a continuation. What I'm hoping for is not that. What I'm hoping for is that it will make a move. Let me click this off. It makes a move something more like this. It comes down, breaks in, and instead of continuing here, comes up, makes a top wick, flips, and breaks back down in the prior range, which happens time and time again. So those are the areas I'm looking for. Does it always do it? No, not necessarily. And that's why I don't trade always, because sometimes structure holds. But I'm looking for the failure. So essentially this is your bottom wick. This is your top wick on your next candle. You flip right here and you come down, grab the stops, and run back down into the previous range.
Yeah, so your entry can be either above or below that candle.
Correct.
Depending on the structure. Got it.
And here's exactly where we're at. Well, what's everybody doing now? Now everybody is trying to go short, right? We're shorting because that's the retest here. Yeah. That's why you're getting this wick. They're trying to short. Are they going to hold? That's where our whole thing is. Are they going to hold here? question. Okay, so you hope for failures. Yes, I'm always looking for failures. That's it, because I don't want to trade with the traders. Hope that makes sense. I don't want to trade with the traders because 98% of traders fail. So why would I want to put my stop loss in the same place they do? That doesn't make a lot of sense, especially since all of them trade in the exact same place. So where their stop loss is above right now, what do I expect? I expect we put a wick on this candle. What's that going to do to them? Oh yeah, it's going to grab their stops. So, but like Dennis was just saying, if you can grab a few ticks off of these moves here, because that's what you understand, then do it. Nothing wrong with that. You're going to see a reaction. No doubt you're going to see a reaction. Why? Because their orders came in. The same reason I want a top wick. Why do I want a top wick? Because the shorts have to come in first, right? So now what do you want to see next? A bottom wick. So essentially, if you aren't so greedy about what it is that you want to take, well, what do you expect? You expect at least a 20 to 30 tick top wick. You expect at least a 15 to 20 tick bottom wick. So think about that for a second. The reaction from your fair value gap at that point is already 50 ticks. Now, will they take profit at 50 ticks? Absolutely not. Right? Because they've got to have 4R, 5R, 6R, 10R. You know, they gotta get down here. And that's the stupidity amongst all of it. That's why I don't believe in R trading. Makes no freaking sense to me. Check my numbers. Man, I didn't check before I said all that. I like watching the numbers fall off on the live stream when I say stuff like this.
I stop putting take profits on. I just follow the 80 EMA. When it comes back and takes me out, then I took what the market gave me.
Yep, exactly. And that's where the whole that's what I try to say about R trading. And people say, okay, so how many R do you make? I don't know. I don't figure it that way. I don't care. For me, it's about being consistently profitable, not about how many R you take. It's got to do with the numbers that are in my bank account. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me why you figure stuff in R's. And I realize all kinds of people say, well, what is R? What is R to R in the first place? So what you're telling me, right? And we'll go ahead and put this on here and we'll do a R to R trade real quick. So what you're telling me is if I keep my stop loss like this, right? And I take a reasonable take profit, and my stop loss is, you know, super, super, super small, all of a sudden, this is a 10R trade. So I've done so great. Well, at the end of the day, if you look at this, I realize this is a whole bunch of ticks, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, what does that mean to anything? It means nothing because it's not even based on a real number. It's based on what your stop loss is. That's it. Which makes absolutely no sense. So what you're telling me is if I have a 30 tick stop loss and I want to keep how many ticks is this? If I have a 30 tick stop loss, just say, and I want to keep 10R, then I've got to get 300 ticks. Well, that's pretty dang stupid. Just my opinion. So you're going to go $3,000 per contract into profit or not take profit at all. Huh. Just don't make no sense to me. All because I had a 30 tick stop loss. If my stop loss would have only been 10 ticks, then I could have took a 30 tick take profit instead. Or 100 tick, I guess. 100 tick take profit instead. Why? How does that make any dang sense? I mean, it's not even real numbers, man. I don't get it. So that's my problem with R to R. Makes no sense. Now, if you're a beginner trader, and don't get me wrong, and I've said this before. I said this on a video that I put out about RR. If you are a beginner trader and you are not sure about your entries, then absolutely take stop loss, you know, do 2R trading, where if you win 2. If you lose 1. Why? Because you can flip a coin, so they claim, which isn't true either. But under normal pretenses, you could flip a coin, so you don't have to have great entries. So if you don't know anything about the market yet, go ahead and do that. And that's the whole point. SMC is for beginners. ICT is for beginners. If you're a very beginner trader, it's not a bad idea. You should essentially be able to take a whole lot more trades, and when you win one, you're taken up for the ones that you lost. But with that being said, they will say you can flip a coin, and you got to think about this for a minute too. Now, I'm not trying to be funny, but if anybody knows anything about probabilities, think about this. They say, okay, you flip a coin. It's 50-50 to go up or down. This is exactly true. So what I'm telling you is if you flip a coin right now and you say, okay, heads long, tails short, right? That's absolutely true. So if we pull this up, we say, okay, heads long, tails short. We got tails. We shorted. What is the probability now of hitting your stop loss or hitting your take profit? With this right here, it's 50% chance. Why is it a 50% chance? Because you only have to move the same amount of distance to your stop loss as you do to your take profit. So it's a 50% chance that you're going to hit either one. However, you do something like this, and you've just changed your probability. And people don't want to talk about that. They want to say, well, if you've just flipped a coin and you say, okay, I go long, I go short, and then you do 2 times for your take profit and 1 time for your stop loss, then you should be profitable over time. It takes more for the market to move to here than it does to here. So probability is you'll actually get stopped out. Probability of the market, right? People never consider that factor in. It's basic math, guys. You say, hey, if you say, hey, my stop loss is 50 ticks and my take profit is 100 ticks, well, you got more probability to move 50 ticks than you do 100. Just the ABCs. Now, if you caught the move that actually happened and it ran, then great. And these are the same things, guys, when you're talking about the funding companies. Why do you think that you have to make more than you can lose? Because it's more probable that you're going to lose just as much as you make. If it was 50-50, they wouldn't be making money anymore. When they say you got to make, you know, on a 50K account, you've got to make 3K before you lose 2,500. Well, most people are going to lose the 2,500 first because it's 50-50 at the end of the day. So most people are going to hit that drawdown before they hit the 3K make. Why? Because it's not 50-50 anymore. They've just put a little bit in their favor for probability. So it's more like 55-45. So they put a little towards them. Then what do they do on top of that? And then they say, okay, well, you know what we're going to do next? We're going to charge you fees on your contracts. But now that comes out of it. So now they got 58% edge. It's no different than going to the casino, guys. It's all the same thing. It doesn't mean that it's unbeatable. It just means that probability isn't on your side. It doesn't matter. It just means you have to make sure that you understand that, right?
Damn, I missed this flip. It's only 6 minutes in though, so.
How big was that wick? I forgot to measure it, guys. That might have been the flip we needed. Dang it. Push up now. Push through them. Yep, it was nice. Dang it, I was too busy talking. Sorry, everybody. Should push up now and grab these stops, put this wick on this candle like we were talking about. So here's what we were just saying, right? Your top wick, well, from your entry, let's say. From your entry, you would have been up, what do we say, 50? Yeah, right at 60. Would they have took profit? No. So now it's going to come up. It's going to run the stops. You'll see it once it hits this wick. You'll see what happens. Why? Because that's not enough move for them. So it'll come up. It'll grab them. And you'll see the reaction with this, right? You'll see the reaction with the when they go BE here and then when they run through the stops. And that's going to put a wick on this candle. If it holds, you already would have been take profit 1, right? So it wouldn't matter. If it holds that wick, you'd already be there. Oh, if it breaks it, now you're dragging your stop, you know, say you'd entered there. Oh, your flip would have put you up and you test this area here and you're 38 ticks up. So I would have actually took profit before that. Probably around 20 and I'd be in profit at this point with my stop loss had I been paying attention to this. But it'll go up It'll tap this wick. It may move just a little bit to the downside. Let's blow this all the way up so you guys can see how this candle works. Take this out of the way. And you'll see it. It may play there just a minute, right? And what is that on a lower time frame? Well, now this is your double top, right? But the guys will start going break even, and you'll see the break evens come in and price push past it, and then it'll push up through these stops. Then where are they going next? Here will be your next spot. You can anticipate that some shorts are going to come in, which again is what? You know, they say fair value gap. Well, what is it really? This is just structure. This is the structure that held. Now we can run a line straight across, and you can see plainly how this was structure. It's all the same thing. See? It was structure. This was resistance. Flip support right here. Fell apart, came back down. They'll say that was liquidity grab, however you want to look at it. Structure again, that's just a fair value gap right here now. Why? Because it broke structure. Moved down. Same thing over and over and over again. Stuff's too easy if you look at it like that, rather than trying to overcomplicate it and, you know, say what all these things are and where it has to react. That's the next thing too. You know, it reacts because we see the orders come in, not just because we say, okay, well, here's a spot on the chart, so therefore it has to react there. For what reason? You know, you'll see a little reaction, I guess, because traders are trading it, but follow through is a whole different thing. Why do you think there has to be follow through there? I don't. Boom.
Yeah, but I needed to do a ring around the thingamajiggy and then grab the whatchamacallit before I enter.
Yep. And then make sure you look at your clock, because it's got to be, you know, during the kill zone period too, because you don't want to be outside the kill zone. Silver bullet, the Judas.
That's what this
Judas
is right here.
Yep, the Judas swing. Now here's your reaction. See us pop through there. Now we'll push up. Right. We
I
pop.
was actually going to take the silver bullet entry. It was right there at 16 bucks. Well, so no matter how you look at it, that entry works. Like that would have been $600 for me. Like I'd have been done right. Didn't take it. The flip would have been probably $1,000.
Yep.
So, like, damn it, my wife is going to beat me now because I didn't take the call.
So now we put the wick on this candle. What are we going to do next? Same thing. It's going to happen all over again. It's going to come up here. We're going to get rejection there because orders come in. We're going to pop through them. We're going to put a wick on this. And we'll probably turn around right about, I'm calling here. Here's my call. Stay right about here somewhere. Recovery, yeah, I think we can. That's when we actually start coming back down. Let's get fun with it. Bottom minute? Yeah, let's say there. That's my call.
Got it. So you're always making those calls on the 30-minute.
Yeah, well, I could do it on the hour too, but yeah.
Areas where wicks tap into a lot.
Yep. So it's going to be probably somewhere around the halfway point-ish of this consolidation area. I've started seeing that they react pretty well. So if you grab a tight consolidation area and you move through levels, you know, saying that we get up there, then you can kind of pull your consolidation area like this, like a range box, and your 0.5 is going to be a pretty good area that it taps into and comes back down. Why? I don't know, man. It's just something I see. I don't know why it doesn't. Can't tell you that one, because everybody thinks it's going to go up because you broke back into another level, I guess. That's the only thing I could tell you. But it seems to work. Once you fill your wicks, you'll come up into the 0.5 of that range, and it'll pretty much be where she reverses back around. I mean, we did the same thing yesterday, right? And that's exactly where we were at. If you look at it, did I leave it on the chart? Yeah, right here. Same kind of deal. See, we come up through all these levels. We had wicks that we had to put on these candles. Remember? We had wicks to put on, wicks to put on, wicks to put on. So we came up, we put the wicks on these candles, and came right up to the 0.5 of this consolidation area that you had right here. I mean, it works every time. Boom. Pop into it. What you do, fall apart, especially with a no wick candle here. I mean, that makes it even better because everybody's long. That's why you get no wicks. no wicks is because everybody's long. Bullish. This is bullish momentum. Everybody thinks we're going to the moon because this candle closed super bullish. So what do I look for? The next candle to push up bullish, flip, and fall apart. Right? Because everybody's bullish. As long as everybody's bullish, I'm bearish. As long as everybody's bearish, I'm bullish.
Psychology 101 right there.
Yep, it is. It is.
Like I was focusing on the wrong type of psychology.
And can we go back down now? Obviously we can, guys. That can happen just as well. If we fall apart here, we've already stopped the shorts out. We could turn around and come back down some, run around here before we ever go up and, you know, recover these. If it was news days, I could news, everybody gets scared of news, and I'll tell you something else about news, right? Let's go over news real quick. News is no different than what we see right now. The only thing different is it does everything quicker. So instead of having to wait for the next 10 candles to accomplish the same goal, it'll do it all in one. And that's why people get so wrecked on the news. But if you're already anticipating that this is our move, you know, if news took place right here, then instead of this being 2 candles, we would have saw 1 candle that came all the way up here, tapped that area, and came back down. You'd have a big wick on it. That's the only difference in news, instead of however long it's going to take for us to do this. So, right. Same exact thing, just quicker, because we have more volume, so the moves happen quicker. It's no different. People think, oh, well, news means that, you know, you're going to get wrecked because none of your positions are going to work. Absolutely not. It's still going to do the exact same things. We're still going to put in the wicks. We're still going to do all these things. It's not going to move any different. So, like, if we had news, let's just say, yesterday, then instead of doing this long grind, and I mean, it wasn't a super long grind, but this would have been 1 candle. So it came down, hit this area, and pulled a wick back up, and then we would have continued on making these little bitty dumb candles after the news was over. Just what it would have done. So, nothing different would have happened in the market. Everybody thinks that the news makes something different happen. That's why I love it when people come in and they're like, well, news was bullish. Okay. What's that got to do with me? News was bearish. Great.
Your hand-eye coordination just has to be faster when there's news.
Yeah. You just got to pay attention. I try not to trade. I've traded a few times live, guys, and you guys know this. Some of you that have been around for a while, where we actually traded the news candle. So we did a number like, we expect this to happen. News hits right now. She starts getting up here, starts putting on a wick, and I short it back down. I don't do it very often because I worry about people following me. It's tough. If you get this retracement here, let's just say that you get a candle and you've got a bottom wick. I'll go ahead and draw the candle in. So you get a candle like this, right? And you get yourself a bottom wick. The biggest problem with news is it moves in a fashion that it's such a big move that this retrace down like this, putting your wick up here, right? So you see something like this. The biggest problem is now it's going to bang around. Do this number, test your entry before falling apart. And what happens is guys try to follow. So I'll get my entry, top of the wick, and then they'll try to enter right here. And then it comes back up and it stops them out. And they're like, oh. And then it goes anyway. And then we flip and we move our way down. And then they're pissed because I got stopped out and the move still happened. Well, you have to enter it right because news moves are much greater. So you can get, 30, 40, 50 tick moves in just, 15, 20 seconds of the candle moving up and down. It actually has done nothing, right? But it still can get moves like that, and their stop losses are too tight, and they'll end up getting hurt in areas like that. I try not to trade it live on stream because people do try to follow, and sometimes I try to do as much as I can that people don't get wrecked, unfortunately.
You just need a not financial advice banner and then you're good.
Yeah, I have it on in the description, but yeah.
And then you can start selling courses.
No, that I won't do. If I was going to be a salesman, I want to sell something fun, like I said, like classic cars or something like that. Now, if I'm going to be a salesman, I'd rather sell stuff like that. I don't want to sell trading courses. That's boring as all get out. I want to like
yeah,
sell like 69 Camaros and 69 Firebirds and stuff. That'd be fun.
I'm gonna be selling.
I agree.
Sell a bit and give a bit away.
The reality barren classic car auction of the trading world. So 30 ticks up on the evaluation account, and then on the practice, it's up 45 ticks.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
$630. So you're saying you would take profit here, or you?
If you're still in this, if you're still in the long, there's no reason to take. I mean, you should have already took profit. Recovery of this wick from the flip, but now you should be just dragging your stop. Looking for a spot. You got 10 minutes left. It's kind of tough here. There's a couple things, right?
Yeah.
As you're managing this trade. First off, your shorts are going to come in here, right? So you're going to see a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing is, what do you expect on this candle? You expect a top wick. So as we hit this, obviously shorts are going to come in, which is creating the top wick. Why? Because 87% of candles have wicks, right? So that's why we always want to see them filled. But you're going to see a top wick here. So what you can wait for now, if you're looking to enter again, right? Or you want to get out of your position, or whatever the case may be, you have to realize that you're going to see a top wick here. You're going to see a bottom wick in the next 10 minutes. You know, once this closes, you're going to see a bottom wick, and then it's going to flip to continue to the upside. So do you want to hold through all that? If so, then hold it, right? If you don't want to hold through all that, then you find yourself a stop loss that you're dragging that you feel comfortable with, and then you take yourself another entry if you want to go back up. But if you don't mind holding through that, the only way I would close this position, right, is if we do something like this. If she comes up here and she closes like that with no top wick, next candle comes in and blasts up, you know what I mean? Does something like this, then I'd be considering closing, because what's going to happen, she's going to come up here, blast up, flip, and fall back apart. So if you hold through that, you're gonna lose all your money back. Why? Because she had no top wick. So what do you expect on the next candle? If she has no top wick, you expect a top wick, a flip, and a move back down. So if essentially you got setups, right? Here's how I look at them. Here's how I look at my trades. You got a setup, you got an entry. So if the setup appears for the short, well, where do you want to be in your long, right? If you're seeing your short setup play out, you no longer want to be long, right? You want to consider getting out of that position, and maybe taking your short position if the entry appears, right? So a no top wick candle would be the only way that I would be considering, a way to actually get out of this trade. And still yet, I'd probably wait for the next candle to open and start pushing up, and I just tighten the stop loss up a bunch. And when it comes back down, it taps me, you tap, and you're out. You can follow it up if it goes up a lot of ticks, or just put it at your, flip, because you expect that there's going to be a bottom wick on that candle, so that would be your flip, right?
So essentially, the candle can do anything, can even hit those wicks and then sharply pump down based on what's there, right?
Yep.
Man, I love your stream. I gained so much knowledge.
I love that you guys get something out of it.
Oh, I have to eventually. Otherwise, I will be part of that 99%.
Accounts and shit.
Why do you have an arrow at 2936 as a top wick? What are you talking about?
to
20.
the left.
Yeah,
It's a small
this
candle. I looked at it. I saw that earlier.
this doesn't have a top wick. Oh, you're talking about over here.
No,
The reason that there's a... Here, I'll show you real quick. Anybody that was here for the morning TA knows why. There's why. There's no top wick on the 4... I mean, there is, but not to speak of on the 4-hour candle. But that's why I put it there. Very little. I think it was like 6 ticks. Yeah, 7, 8 ticks on the 4-hour. So that's why I put it there. See? Is it a big deal? No, not necessarily. But there's not much of a top wick. I actually do all this stuff for everybody who shows up in the beginning, early on. I actually do from the daily down. So I look at the daily first, and we determine where we're at with it, and then we move on to the 4-hour and determine where we are with it, and then move down to the hour and the 30-minute.
Gotcha. So you're only doing wicks that are short and stubby?
Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing to the wick, I don't really consider that a wick. So a lot of times I'll put it there, and that's really up to preference, whether you call it a wick or not. Like this one, I didn't call a wick, and we ran through it. It was a little bitty wick right there, right? So I don't really consider that a viable wick, and we were already wickless here, then came down, never put a wick on, because this is just structure. So what does this mean? And I mean, that's the whole thing. What does this mean here? We come down, we tap that, and then price just blasts off. That's why we got no top wick or no bottom wicks, because everybody just longed. Right here again, boom, longed. Why are they long on this? Because this is structure. Right? This is what everybody's seeing as their area to long. So that's why it comes in like that.
See, listening to you, Reality, makes me understand why these dudes all push their courses and go, you can make it a personal ATM.
What I love is how they show it after the fact, too. That's what's always crazy to me. They'll show all the places that it worked out and then not show the ones that it didn't. I love it when they go through stuff and they're like showing every place that the market's worked for them. Oh, this worked here. Oh, this worked. Look, perfect. And then, but when you actually go back and look at every place that it happened in the past, they didn't work. I've actually seen YouTubers that they'll pull their chart back, right? And they'll be showing something that worked right here, right? Let's just say, but right here it failed. And they never show you this. They'll point at this and be going over exactly how this played out here. And I'm like, are you serious? Look at this. Are you out of your freaking mind? And I don't know why people don't look at it. I'm like, are you serious? People really fall for this shit? Yeah, they do. They do. Why? I don't know, man. I don't get it.
You know what? It's the most valuable piece of information that I've gotten since 2013 is when the wick comes in, you can expect a wick down and then it to flip and that's the, you know what? That's the better strategy than 99.9% of the shit I've learned in 15 years. I guess it's bullshit.
I think it's because so many people, and I mean, honest to God, mate, and you tell me, because Sonny said the same thing. Sonny's been trading for years, right? He's a good trader, don't get me wrong, but the wick and flip absolutely changed his game on trading. But anyway, I think it's because so many people take the candle opens, starts pushing down, that's your down wick, and we realize that's just a down wick, and everybody else wants to short it because it opened up and started pushing down now. So now they go short. And then what happens next? Well, it comes back up and it flips. And then they're like, oh man, what happened? I thought it was going down. Well, if you realize that 87% of candles have wicks, you have to realize that we're going to put on a bottom wick. We're going to put on a top wick on every candle at any given time, right? And that's the whole thing, especially on the daily. When we have a wickless daily candle, that's my bread and butter. I love it. When I get up in the morning and you look at the daily chart and you see something like this to where she's just pushed up and you're thinking, oh man, and I'll come in and I'll draw that daily line immediately. Jeez, I had no idea your soundboard was on for me. Okay.
No, that was mine. Sorry.
Yeah, I know it was. I saw.
I just activated the nitro.
Yeah, I thought Flo had come in. I was like, Flo just showed up, so I checked it real quick, and I'm like, no, that's not Flo. That's Lost of Voids, and I don't have your soundboard muted because you never use it. Anyway, so when this happens, right? Even if you're seeing something like this, right? Even if it looks like this when you wake up in the morning, you know, to where it's moved up, and now you've got that top wick. Well, what do you expect? You know, you realize that at some point in time, this thing's got to at least flip, right? So now you start looking at where structure is. You start looking at where people would be entering. They're not even paying attention to this. They have no idea that this candle's going to flip. They're currently bullish because price is up. Price is going up. Well,
Yeah,
all I'm thinking
and the
about
candle's
is...
moving up. That's what,
Exactly.
That's where I get caught.
Yep. And all I'm looking at is I anticipate the flip. So will I look for longs today? Possibly, but not right now. I need a bottom wick first. You know, I need this wick to come in, put in a bottom wick. Now, to what degree does it put in a bottom wick? You never know, right?
There's a big bottom wick on this candle. I wish I'd have taken the. Like, damn it, I'd be done.
So
And
even
I
if you
was
just...
watching it too, and I was like, oh. And then
Yeah.
I blinked and missed it. Missed it now.
Even if you just take some, even if it just does something like this, and it puts in your bottom wick to now you've got a bottom wick, and she comes up and she flips bullish. Well, now you can be, you know, feel a little more confident about that move up, right? But then you've always got to realize as well that if you got a candle, right? We'll go ahead and put the top wick on. But if you got a candle that looks like this, right? Any time frame, but especially the daily, right? If you got a candle that looks like this, and you're coming to the close of a candle, you're anticipating this is going to happen. Right? You're always anticipating that's going to happen, because if your hour candle closes or your half an hour candle closes or whatever like this, then what's the next candle going to do? More than likely, I mean, not always, but more than likely, your next candle's going to drive up, right? And what's it going to do? It's going to put this top wick on, and then what happens next? She comes back down, she flips, and she probably recovers at least the 0.5 of this candle, right? So that's the whole thing. So, I mean, you can anticipate these coming down, right? I mean, you can just anticipate a top and bottom wick. So if you don't get the flip yet, you got the flip. Now it flips and pushes up. You're here. You start anticipating that she's probably going to come down to some degree if you're long, right? Yeah, there's your move up. Should pop up and put on that wick like we just drew, lost some voids, and then she'll probably come back down. She may hit my box. I don't think so, though.
500 tick. The 500 tick. I have 200 EMA sitting on top of the 200 EMA right now, kind of pumping up. So
yeah, people trade that just the same, right? You know, people trade these things. Oh, something else to pay attention to. Let's get all these lines out of here. I put all these lines on my chart, and then I forget to ever do anything with it. That looks a little bit better.
57 ticks on that.
Yeah, very nice. Very good, very good.
On the up move?
So that trade would have been, yeah, 51 ticks. I would have been $455 up on 3 accounts if I didn't full port my 2 Bulenox ones.
Good morning, PD. Good morning, man. Good to see you.
Well, I saw the 91% off, and I just was like, oh, for $15, like,
oh yeah,
let's just see what happens.
Yeah, might as well, guys.
The guys in the chat were talking about the fees, and I was like, I wonder how much it is for full porting.
Might as well. My new theory is, and it wasn't before, everybody already knows I was a diehard Apex guy, right? But my new theory today is just whenever people run sales and you don't mind their rules, I just grab them. Not when they don't have sales, though, guys. Don't not take sales. I gotta tell you, just take the sales. There's no point in paying full price for anything. There's too many good sales out there. So, but try to get, go with whatever companies you want and try to get as many of them as you want. There's no point in running all your eggs in one basket. I learned that with the Apex thing. That was it was discouraging to me because I had so many accounts with them and basically just shut them all down. It was a big discouragement to me. But you know, you move on. It is what it is, but it did suck. I'm not going to lie to anybody. It sucked. So.
How do you, are you holding on to accounts for a long time, or are you taking the payouts and then you're already ready to go on another one?
I hold on to accounts. I try to keep them running. And that it's not a bad idea to do what you're saying, especially if you've passed a lot of evals. Like I know some of the guys go out there and pass all kind of evals. Like, they'll go and pass a whole bunch of evals and keep them on standby. That was never me.
Yep.
I know people do that, and if you do that, then if you've got a bunch of accounts on standby, maybe go ahead and do like what you're saying. Go ahead and withdraw your funds and continue on, because you've already got another account sitting there. So probably not the worst idea in the world. But if you don't do that, I'd probably try to keep as little amount. I will say that though, keep as little amount in there as you can. Like when I first started, my thought was to build buffer and up contract size.
Yeah.
Not really my opinion anymore, because there's too much crap with these funding companies here and there. So if it were me, I'd keep the minimum amount that you need to continue to trade with whatever you trade with. So if, you know, if 2,500 is your drawdown on a 50K and you can deal with 2,500, then I wouldn't keep any more than 2,500 in there if you can help it, right? So just my opinion. But it's not a bad idea either, like what you're saying. It just depends on your time, right? Like if you're one of these people that can go out and pass an eval, which some of the guys can do this, they'll go out and they'll spend, you know, $15 like you just said, but they'll buy 10, right? And they'll just run all the evals in one day. And they pass 3 of them. Yeah, they pass 3 of them, they pass 4 of them, whatever. And now all those are sitting there and all the rest of them are gone, but it doesn't matter because it's about the investment. At the end of the day, you guys, you have to decide how it is you want to look at it. And if you're looking at it as, okay, my first payout, you know, is going to be, let's say 2K, you know, my first payout's going to be 2K. So therefore, if I invest $15 10 times into these accounts, right? So I put 150 in it. And then I pay a PA fee of $150. That's $300. And I'm going to cash out at 2K and dump the account. You just turn $300 into 2K and go on and do it again, if that's how you prefer to do it, right? There's nothing wrong with that by any means. If that math is mathing for you, then by all means, there's nothing wrong with that. If you are more of a sit back, relax, take it easy type person that just wants to, you know, take payouts once a month or every 2 weeks or however you want to do it, and keep, you know, accounts with companies, and then, you know, add more companies and take payouts through their company at a different payout period. This is kind of how I'm looking at it, right? So if you have a company that you take payouts every 2 weeks, right? Well, if one of them's, you know, every 2 weeks is the second week of the month, and the next one every 2 weeks is the first week of the month, now you're getting double payouts from different companies, and you could just continue to bring in, like, you know, payouts every 2 weeks, except now you're getting it every week, right? Because you're working with 2 different companies and you just kind of spread it out. And same thing goes if you're working with 3 or you're working with 4 or whatever the case may be. That's how I do it, but I'm not saying that's the right method for everyone, right? It's all in how you prefer to do it. Some guys don't want to keep their money in these companies, you know. They just want to take their max payout and start over, which isn't a bad thing if you're passing a bunch of evals. So it's just however you prefer, right? You got to wrap your head around it and see what you're more comfortable with. I don't want to sit here throughout the day. I mean, you guys saw me pass the 250K in one day. And I got to tell you, if I never had to do that again, I'd be happy. Because that's not how I prefer to trade, guys. I think I took like 100. There's like 100 trades, almost 100 trades that day. I had like a 93% win rate, and it was absolute full-time work. I'm trying to be retired here, guys. I ain't trying to work that damn hard. Making, I think it was 16K, 17K, something in a day is not how I prefer to live. Just saying. I don't want to do it. It's too much damn work. You can call me lazy like Z does. I don't care. I just don't want to do it.
I did it on one trade once, and then I blew the account the next day.
Oh, jeez.
That makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, that
All
sucks.
excited, I had $500,000. I mean, for about 6 hours. Then I went in there and just hoped my wife was okay with me being wickless.
Oh my jeez. But yeah, I think it's Voids. I really think it's kind of a personal thing as to how you prefer to you know, work the accounts, and I don't think anybody's wrong. I know a bunch of guys that's exactly what they do. They just do a whole bunch of evals when they're on sale. They buy, you know, a ton of them, flip them all into cash and just cash out and do the same thing on the next sale. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's what you prefer to do, right? To me, it seems like a lot of work, but that's just me. You know, if you're a guy that likes to trade a lot, you know, and enjoys that, then yeah, it's much better that way, probably.
Yeah, when they have that pesky 5-day requirement to pass an eval, that shoots that idea down.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, that's one of those things too. If you pick your right company, you don't have to do that. Apex always does the 1 day to pass with their sales. Leeloo, you can get an edge enhancer and do a 1 day to pass thing. So, I mean, there's a lot of different companies that you get around that if that's something you want to do too. Again, it's just up to what you prefer.
For the no activity on these accounts, I'd have already switched to a cheaper, because it's taken me months and I'm still not done.
Yeah,
I've paid so much for these evals at this point.
Yeah.
But I like the end of the day drawdown.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies that have the end of day drawdown too, though. I mean, there is.
Yeah, no, I avoided Top Step because they have the end of day drawdown, but then they have, well, you have to have 5 profitable days before you can take your money. Like, come on, what if I have a bad freaking day? Now I'm waiting for 20 days. So I was like, no, I ain't doing it. But these guys they had 40% off and no activation fee once you pass. So I'm like, good.
Yeah.
Once I pass, get a payout on day 1. It's fine.
Yep.
So
Yep.
Here I am.
Yep. Yep. I hadn't used them yet, but I've heard good things about them. So
it's been, I mean, I've only done the eval stage and I keep failing them. So like, I don't have any good things to say about payouts, but so far everything's been good. So damn it, I wish this flip didn't have such a big wick.
Yeah, it's way too big for me. I was just measuring that. I think that
And that's 50 ticks right now. You ain't even got to flip it. Like sunny beaches.
Sorry, guys. We just had someone at the door.
oh, you're fine.
Oh, you said sorry. And I could take the flip if I use the 21 EMA as my stop. But that might be why I keep getting burned trying too much.
One and done. What you got, Crown?
Crown, did you full port 200 ticks or $200? I mean, your stripper loves you. You gave her $4,500 yesterday. I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh.
She's like, great day at the office.
What? Did I just hear you're stripping if you make $300 or something?
Oh my gosh.
What is going on in Texas, man?
Fucking hookers are drugging us and stealing our money. Come on down. Then all I gotta do is run faster than you. The bear gets you.
Jeez.
Hey, I mean, if you want to put her through college, business.
Now, didn't we do the same thing? Yeah, we did.
Well, see those equal wicks. I mean, that's target for later. But ICT calls that a rejection block.
Yeah.
Equal like that, be perfect equal like that.
Yeah, perfect equal wicks or what?
They're a rejection block, but and then their target later. But every time I've tried to trade a rejection block, I've gotten my ass handed.
Yeah.
I mean, she put her foot so far in my ass, I could taste her toes.
Well, you know why, right? What is that on the lower time frame? What did we just create there?
I got to lose ass apparently.
What did we just create on the and just to put this in retrospect for you guys, when I talk about 0.5s of the range, there, 0.5 of the previous range.
Yeah.
The wick, but what is that on the lower time frame, right? Can you see what this is on the lower time frame? It's a double top, right? Or an M or whatever you want to call it. He likes to call them rejection wicks, but all it is a double top. That's it. So same price action principles as what, you know, everybody else trades. And he likes to say, oh, these are rejection wicks. And I came up with a new thing that's way better, but all it is a double top. That's it. It'll always come into the 0.5s of the range. Why is it coming to the 0.5s of the range? 0.5s of the wicks? Well, wicks, you don't understand that much probably because wicks are lower time frame trends, right? So when I say everybody wants to look at these candles and see them on all the time frames, I really mean that, right? When you see this wick, this is an uptrend, this is a downtrend, right? For what people trade, uptrend, downtrend. Why does it look like that? Because those are what they look at, right? Traders look at the 5-minute. So when you see the 0.5 of this range, well, what did they see? What they saw was that we broke structure back into range, right? So from here, we broke back into range. So what are they looking for? Again, the same thing as always, right? We're looking for a break, retest, continuation. And that's why we go to the 0.5. Comes up to the 0.5, taps it again to get everybody in good and well, because what does it look like on the low time frame? 5-minute, things like that. We just drew it out before. You're looking like this. You made your bottom, higher low, higher high, because these are wicks. Again, we're trending. So what do you want to do? Hit the 0.5 and bring it back down so that you can stop out all these guys. And if you talk to SMC about that, well, what's that? It's funny because they trade to break a structure retest to go up. But if it breaks here, then you just broke and you took trend line liquidity is what they call it. So they've even got terms for losing. And that means that you actually won because you should have traded it that way instead.
Right. Well, what you just got is a low resistance liquidity, right?
Yep. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Why are you so stupid? You took the wrong side.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not just harping on ICT here, guys, or SMC, right? I know I lose all kinds of viewers when I say stuff like that, but I'm really not. It's the same thing if you talk about supply demand. Well, what happens if it comes into a supply zone, right? And you short into that supply zone and you get stopped out. Now it's, supply flip demand. So now you long. So it wasn't, that stop just was showing that it's no longer supply, it's demand now. So you're fine. You know, that these are the excuses that we give for these things.
Yeah, like,
so,
I hate all people.
yeah, right. So when you look at this was a supply zone. We popped through it. Now it's demand, so make sure now that you got stopped out that you long on your demand, and then you got stopped out again, and then you think to yourself, you scratch your head and say, "What the hell's going on here?" Well, that's we're talking about here every day. We know exactly that this is going to happen. It's just how the market moves. Why? Because there's orders here. There's orders here for your shorts. We just talked about it with your fair value gap, with your supply, however you want to look at it. And then there's orders now below once it breaks out. Breakout traders go long. Your supply demand traders now have their supply flip demand. If you want to go into order block traders, it was a bearish order block that got flipped. So now it's a breaker block. So now it's a bullish order block. These are all the same things. Support or resistance, flip, support. It's all the same stuff, guys. So it's just orders at the end of the day. That's it. Took the orders top, take the orders to the bottom. What can we do now? Well, we can move up now. I mean, that's the whole point. Now we can move up. So what do we anticipate? Top wick on this candle, right? That's what we anticipate if we can move up here, which is, what I'm expecting, especially after, what Dennis just say. Every time I try to short these, I get screwed. So 9 chance out of 10, it's going to pop these highs and come up here, put this wick on, and then hopefully we'll get to this area. And I want to see a rejection there. I don't got enough time. It's almost 11, but you guys know what I'm looking for. If we do get up into this area, I'll be honest, I'll probably try to open a short if it plays out and we get a setup at an entry there. Only because those areas have been playing out pretty well thus far. Will we get up there? Maybe not, right? We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. And if you go down to the 5, there's what you're looking at, guys. Bottom wick, downtrend, top wick, up. See what we do here. If it didn't hurt, then you got a problem. What?
You're talking about the loss of 45.97.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
I mean,
that
was her bitch slapping you.
Hey.
She's good at that.
You guys are on about NQ again, it sounds like. And I don't know how y'all trade this thing. I tell the wife the same thing.
That's a curse word in my house.
What, Nasdaq?
Don't say that word.
Right? Exactly. Domination with a strap on, dude. I don't like it.
This is LearnTradeWin Gold, not Nasdaq.
No Nasdaq. No Nasdaq trading here.
No Nasdaq trading here.
If you want to take a couple of bumps over to the other VC, go ahead.
It's tough. It's tough trading.
She's not submissive.
No.
Nasdaq turns you to a Nasdaq.
Here's the break of the high. Push. How many minutes we got left? Oh yeah, we got enough to put on a top wick. Go pop up, put that top wick on, and then come back down. Yeah.
15 minutes close coming, and the 5 minute too. So I took a short long here, just kind of see small long. I mean,
you took a short long. Damn, that's hot.
Yeah.
I meant short as in like holding time.
15. Yeah. See.
Yeah, my trades go both ways. I hedge. Oh, that would be cool. If there was a trading platform that when you put a trade, it did both long and short, and then it would close whatever stop loss hit first and let the other run.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one cancels other orders.
Yeah. So it'd be like you know how VWAP comes with like that parallel channel sometimes?
Yeah.
So like the top line would be your stop loss for the short, and then the bottom line would be your stop loss for the long.
So for shits and giggles this morning, I looked up the cruise that I was talking about the other day. I looked up the Alaskan because I wanted to see what it is. It's only $3,500 a person for the damn 2-bedroom haven that I want for a 9-day cruise. Like, that's actually not bad compared to what it was, almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it was like in person 20 years ago. But those things are nice. I'm like, life goals right there. I'm gonna put that on my
22 ticks up.
15 ticks from 29.25.
Come on, push.
She's gonna bounce off this 30.
No, she's gonna push and then she'll put on a top wick.
Yeah.
I got 6 minutes.
I don't
The 15 open.
I don't even want her whole wick. I just want a little bit of it.
Push. Your biggest problem is you're coming into the candle close. But
Yeah.
I think it'll probably be a little pop here. And then yeah. There you go. And then she'll probably come back down and put on a top wick. Once she pops a bit. Do we got enough to call that a wick? Sure looks like it. Looks like we completed there. Where's my tool at?
How big of a wick are you looking for?
Yeah. Well, normally, the wife always asks me the same thing. Because she says, well, what do you consider a wick and what do you consider not? Really, 10, 12 ticks, I think is enough for a wick. This one's like 15, 16. I think that's enough, honestly. So the problem is when you only got like 3, 4, even a 5-tick wick, I don't really consider that a wick. But
Right on.
I mean, how do you really base it? I don't know. It's just, there's not really a mathematical measurement per se, but you call this a decent wick. You're at 15 ticks. I mean, normally, because when we get a stop loss, here's how I look at it, right? When we take a stop loss, and we're trying to figure out, so let's just say that, you're trying to figure out this entry here. And I mean, we draw up the entries all the time, but let's just say that you've got an entry like this, right? And you have this wick to recover, and your next candle comes in. There's a green candle, right? And your next candle comes in and it goes bearish. My maximum stop loss is 30 ticks. So essentially this wick is my maximum stop loss, but I really want to see like 12, 15 ticks to consider that to be a bottom wick before taking the flip, because a lot of times, and I mean, people ask me this all the time, how do you know it's not going to come back down? If it puts on 6 ticks, it might. It'll come on, it'll put a little 6-tick wick up top, and then it'll come back down, break the lows before actually flipping and going up. So you want to make sure you have, 12, 15 ticks, but that's why my entries are so specific, because I want to make sure I got 12, 15, but I don't want to have 30 or more either, because when you're running 2 minis on a 30-tick stop, that's $600 on a 50K account. So that's a considerable stop loss. You know what I mean? And that's why I keep it that way. So that's kind of how I look at it. See if we can tap this top of this wick here. Impressive. I'm glad you got that, Voids.
Yeah. It stopped out already, but
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how close you had it.
Yeah, I think I put it fairly close. Was within
Okay.
a couple ticks because I wasn't sure what it was going to do.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
But now that I look at the 100 tick, it looks like it might do its kind of walk up before it maybe comes back down.
Yep.
Because we have that
Very
high
nice,
at
very nice.
29.42.
What a reality check. Beautiful. Taking my words, man. And again, I'm going to watch this area. I mean, we may get to this area now. If you can get a setup up here, ideal. like we saw yesterday, something like this, right? Think of this box the same. If you get a candle up and a top wick and a flip, it'd be beautiful right there in that area. Play, you know, who knows? We'll see. That's what I'm looking at as the day goes on. And if we get an entry there, I will take it. Something similar to this setup here. Will it fall apart like it did yesterday? Not necessarily either. And if I don't get the setup and entry there, I won't take the trade. I'm not taking it just because this is the area that I think, right? So make sure you guys, you know, completely understand that. Without a setup and an entry, I'm not taking a trade anywhere. I don't care if it looks like the best thing in the world. For me, I'm not taking it, right? I don't just mark a level on my chart and say, okay, well, once it hits, you know, 2932.3, I'm shorting. No, absolutely not. That makes no sense to me. I know a lot of people trade that way, but like I always say here, I trade reactions, not predictions. And if I just put an order right here and say, okay, I'm going to short here, that's just predicting that it's going to react there. Well, I want to see reactions first. I want to see a setup. I want to see orders come in. I want to see a reason to take this short back down. I want to know that the traders are bullish. I want to know that this thing's broken out, you know, and you break out, right? And you make a candle up like this and you put no top wick on there and you've broken out here. Well, you know everybody's bullish because we've broken out. They think we're going up. And then I want to see that top wick to make them think they've done really, really, really good. And then the flip, I'll trade back short to run their stops. Get that set up. Probably won't look to take it there. Now, if you get some candles sideways, it's another one of those things. You start getting some candles sideways to where you're above. They're closing above, but they're sideways candles to where they're kind of trapping the longs. And, you know, breakout, retest, 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 something like that. You may be able to find an entry there to where you get yourself a nice, you know, maybe a doji candle, top wick, no bottom to break the lows to run back down. Something like that might work as well. You know, like a little body, big wicked candle. Something like that might be, you know, a possible entry there too. But we'll just see. I'll try to keep everybody updated in the Discord if I see anything. I'll look at it for a little bit. I'm not going to promise you I'm going to trade it that much. I'm not a big fan of this range. I said that yesterday too, when we were right here, and I wasn't a big fan of this range, and then finally she fell apart. So that's what got me a little intrigued today.
I was looking for it to go lower yesterday anyways.
Yeah.
That's why I was looking at that 618 yesterday, so.
Well, that's my thoughts. Has anybody got any questions? Anything, wife? He's going to be throwing food in my face here soon. I can smell the food. It's just a matter of when she brings it in here. It's like, here.
Oh, yeah. My sister made banana bread, and I'm just having some right now.
Beautiful, beautiful. This wick would be... Yeah, I don't think we got that kind of volume, though. Ways, yeah, 40 tick wick. Be interesting. Again, and if you get into some situation like that, too, you know, to where you get a 40 tick wick, let's just say this thing pushes straight up, especially if it did it kind of quickly. If you got a 40 tick wick up here, now what you can do is jump down to your 800. Right? So you jump down to your 800 tick chart and you wait for the exact same setup that we were looking here on the 30. Or, you know, your no wickless candle like this. Look for your wick up, and then in this general vicinity, you could take the flip of that candle back down. Sometimes we run off the 800, especially on Nasdaq. But I don't do it a lot on gold, so I prefer to see a high time frame set up an entry. Just just an idea there, right? Anyway, what am I smelling? I don't know. Sure. Smell something cooking. Don't know what it is, Crown, honestly. Not 100% sure.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking?
I know it's something. I can't tell you. If Aiken was here, tell him. Aiken, you still here? You gone? I don't think he's here. He hadn't talked to me. Not here. Wouldn't surprise me if it's not tacos. I'm not gonna say for sure it is. Wouldn't surprise me because I had chicken tacos last night, so it could be that she's making some more chicken tacos. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I know she made a whole batch of homemade tortillas yesterday, so. And now I gotta wait a minute. See how this reaction goes.
I say she's getting up there. She's getting up there.
Yeah, she is. I don't hate it. Maybe 800 tick. We can look at it a bit. What's she gonna do here? Yeah, no wick here. Got 200 ticks left. So if we keep no wick on the top of this candle, pretty close, and then get a top wick candle on a flip, it's not the ugliest thing in the world, guys. I'm gonna let you determine what you want to do with it. Like I said, this isn't an ideal setup at all in the 30, guys. Not gonna lie. I'm not sure I want to. I wish it'd set up for the 30. Doesn't mean it won't come down, right? It just means to me that we don't have the setup in the entry, right? What's the 15 look like? Minutes we got 10, yeah. Pattern on the 10. Yeah, there's your no wick candle on the 5, right? Now you get your top wick up in your flip. Tough for me to do. Tough for me to take it there. Tough. Not saying it's not going to play. Just super hard to try to get involved with it there. So that is my take. You do with it as you can, but for me, it's a tough one to run. Maybe it falls apart. Guys tried to get involved. Great to you. I just have a hard time trying to do it here. Up now, yeah. Good, but I got it. I'll wait for the 30-minute close. Me, myself. But she could fall apart. I mean, it looks like she's already coming down a bit. You've already got, what kind of wick do you got already?
She didn't put a 5-minute wick on it at all.
No. Yeah, like 16 ticks, so it's not super. Not super yet. Like I said, ideally, what is it? Oh, it's the hour right now. Huh, that's interesting too. All right, so ideally, this 30-minute close is something similar to this, where you don't have a top wick here without falling apart. And then the next 30, right, opens up just a bit, and then makes a top wick, and then flips, and you can run it back down. And ideally recover all this would be my thoughts, but like I said, she could fall apart right here. It's tough, and that's why That's why patience is everything. It's tough. It's tough. If anybody just took it, great. I mean, you're probably up. What? You're already up 30 ticks. All right. So perfect to you. $300 contracts. Just I can't jump in like that, guys. And that's where my patience comes in at. I'm not saying that you guys can't. If wifey was sitting here, she would have took it. She'd have shorted the damn thing as soon as it popped into this box. So I know some of you guys do that, some of you don't. Scalped quick, 220. Very good, PD. May I spam the chat again? Yes, Crown. Spam the chat. Absolutely. You can spam the chat whenever you want. You ain't even got to ask me. So, very good for you guys that did realize that this is where we are on the hour, and this is why it looks so good. You've got a very, very baby wick here. So the hour candle will probably come down and recover all this. Will the 30 wait? Not looking like it. Could, but it's not looking like it, right? So more than likely this thing flips and she pushes down and recovers the rest of this range. How much irky jerky are we going to have in between? That's always the problem. That's why when everybody, and I mean, why were we looking at this? No top wick on this candle, so you're looking for a top wick and a flip down, right? With a very small top wick. But that's why when everybody says, "Oh well, price is going to go here," well, that's perfect, and obviously that's what we think is it'll fill this range, maybe even go down and recover these wicks, right? Because we never tested the 0.5 of this wick. We're just talking. Here's your next wick that doesn't have a 0.5 test. But anyway, just saying that the price is going to go here doesn't mean anything. We're going to enter at when we're trading real size. You know what I mean? We're going to enter at that you're not going to, you know, risk blowing your account. Now, you're exactly right. You can enter with 1 micro right here and just let it run for the rest of the day and catch this move or whatever if that's what you want to do. I don't prefer to trade that way. So when I trade, I have to be within 30 ticks of anything that I'm trying to do. And that's a very, very small margin of error, right? So just for everybody to think of. All right. So there we are. Very good for anybody who did take it. I did not. Should be up about 50, almost. I can't see what that says. 58, 56. I'm blind, guys. I think it's almost 60 anyway. I think it's 58. Very good. He probably falls apart here. Man Bear Bull, are you still here? I know he takes my boxes too. Up 27.6 ticks. Short so far. Very good, Hero Quest. Well, that's voids. Right? Let me look at that. I think that's voids. Cat's broken. Burgers didn't fly. What? Where's the burgers at? Oh, God. What is that? Oh, it's I'm wrong, guys. I said tacos. It's bean burritos. God, she made beans a while back. 3-4 days ago. She made beans when she made chicken burritos. So beans, cheese, salsa, and homemade tortillas, homemade beans. Yeah, okay. All right, you got me. Crap, I gotta go, guys.
All right, I'll be shortly. 60 hours away.
Let me look at this chat real quick. Crown, I'm telling you, burger. I don't know. Let me get a burger. I don't know what burger is. There's burger. It should have worked. I don't even see where you tried to do it. There you go. Fly across the screen? Yeah. See? What you talk about? Try it again, Crown. It should have worked. Burrito, yeah?
I'm getting hungry. That's bullshit.
There's burritos. Oh, burgers, fries, and beer. There we go. Now we're talking. Let's go, Crown. Oh my jeez. We are killing it. Small win followed by amusement and good food. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. I am going to jump out of here. Everybody have a great rest of your day. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.